Welcome to the bench. What are we going to do today? We said we would work on the kids' stuff today. Let's work on the kids' stuff today. Mm-hmm. What's happening? This is my daughter's truck. We got to get this thing set up for Masters this weekend. Need to do some diffs, some shocks. We'll see what else. Travis RC, what's happening? Not much. Just chill today. Gonna do some work on this car. Get this thing ready for the race. All right. What did we say? Shocks and oils. Shocks and diff oils. And look, there's some loose stuff already. These screws always come loose. I don't know why, and it's this particular one on all my cars. I lose these nuts. I don't know why. I put Loctite. I've even put longer screws and extra nuts on the back of it. Nothing seems to solve that problem. Crystal says, "Do I have the X Max?" No, I do not. I don't have any Traxxas gear. The closest thing I have is I've got a monster truck at home with a Traxxas Jado wing on it. It's actually a Techno monster truck, but Jado wing on it. That's the closest I have to Traxxas stuff. Travis, we're in Wisconsin, huh? Wisconsin probably get cold, yeah. It's nice down here in Texas today. It's supposed to be 80, I think. 80 Fahrenheit. I don't know what that works out to in Celsius. Maybe, what, 72? Something like that? I have no idea. Stainless steel. What do you mean, stainless steel? A666 bum. Where do we get stainless steel? You mean use stainless steel hardware? Trying to get rid of what? X-Max? Or some parts for an X-Max? These shocks are filthy, covered in dirt. Probably no oil on this one. It's probably leaked all out and got the dirt all on it. That ought to be interesting. Man, she's got a lot of loose stuff on this. Let's get to work. Where's my stand? No, you didn't see these. Yes, this is my daughter's truck. With lots and lots of loose things. My daughter's new to racing. She's only been, I don't know, maybe a couple of months. So she's pretty rough on hardware. What's Travis say? What does your fleet consist of? My fleet consists of, let's see. You want the kids too? All right, so what I have here at the track today. So this is my daughter's ET48. This is my ET48 2.2. Without a sway bar link connected. I'll have to fix that. This is my NT48 2.2 nitro. Then I also have my EB48 2.2 here, my buggy. I also have an EB48. That's my son's car. We'll wrench on that one a little bit later today. And I've got a nitro buggy, an NB48, that is also my son's rig, that we'll work on later today. Yeah, and then otherwise, here at the track, I've got this Techno MT48. Fantastic monster truck. There's a build for it over on my channel. There's a playlist. And then I've got this thing, the SCT48, which also I have a build for on the channel. Looks like this body's breaking apart. I have to straighten that out one day. But this SCT48 is pretty sick. I haven't run it like in a proper timed lap or any kind of stuff like that yet, but man, it goes. Oh, M2C axles for X-Max, yeah. I don't have any need for those, but maybe somebody in the chat does. All right, let's get these back shocks off. These shock covers are courtesy of my camper mate here, guy by the name of Scott. He has he kind of has a business where he's 3D printing stuff and selling things. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a website up at the moment, and so I can't send anybody there yet. I bugged him about that yesterday. He said he's going to set something up, so we'll see. Hopefully soon I can start sending some business over to Mr. Scott. As I think everybody sees this stuff and they're like, "Oh, where'd you get that?" And I can't send them anywhere because there's nowhere to send them. Why is that so difficult to get out? There we go. Crank up this AC. It's getting warm in here. Like I said, it's supposed to be 80 here in Central Texas. Nice day. Sorry about that. Dropped the mic. Right. We said we're going to do diffs. Let me get my driver out. Oh, come on. That one's in there. Oh, shut up. Yeah, that was really in there. Just need to turn the clutch up. I'd say that screw is bent. Probably should replace that. Come on. There we go. Center diff's free. Oh, that oil is so soft. Definitely needs to be refreshed. That feels like nothing. Feels like nothing. Feels like water in there. Oh, why am I using a manual driver? That's dumb. So X-Max, huh? X-Max shafts. All right. So how's everybody doing today? Everybody's well? This little engraver, I've got a video for on the channel too in the quick tips. It's fantastic for cleaning out the heads of these screws, and they get caked with clay and dirt, whatever else. Uh-oh. Maybe this chassis seen better days. All right. Might put a longer screw there. Definitely a new one. These ones are pretty shaved down. They're like razor blades on the edge. They'll cut you. There's like bits of pipe stuck in there. That screw needs to be replaced too. This kid is rough on hardware. I tell you what. Being new to racing, yeah, she is tough on hardware. Well, that screw was hardly in there. It's holding the shock tower on barely, huh? This might need a new gearbox. Let's see. This front wing is also a Source RC product. I could send you whenever he actually gets his website set up. That screw's a little bent too. And I need to take off the sway bar links. Or not. Oh, that one's stripped out. Yeesh. All right. That's a problem for future Doofus. Or future little Doofus. I can make that her problem, right? See if I can get this to come out at all. No. Do I have a different 1.5? Two 2.5, 2.0, 1.5. Oh, that worked. Just didn't like the ball end. Right, so that's front. We'll need this towel. Yeah. Let's get to the back. All right, I took all the screws out. Oh, the only thing I didn't do was the sway bar links. What did I do as a driver? I just had it. Where did I put it? Ugh. Chat, what did I do with that driver? Oh, I found it. Never mind. There you go. And rear wanted to hop onto the floor. Yeah, these don't feel like they have much in them. Let's take this car and put it aside. We'll leave the stand so we can do shocks. Let's set the dips aside for now. We'll do those in a bit. That one was center. This one was front. Try to keep that in mind. All right, shocks. So these cool little caps, they're TPU. They protect the whole head of the shock pretty well. The older ones are like are this yellow, and they don't have a cutout for the standoff. The newer ones have a little notch out for the standoff, so you can get a wrench in there. Make life a little bit easier. Oh yeah, that cap is loose, and so it was just spewing oil all over the place. Yeah, that won't do. Okay, I'll have to clean that up. My kid does a lot of her own shocks, or she tries, and in this case it seems that she didn't get the cap on quite tight. So that's a mess. This is covered in dirt and oil. I'll get a brush here in a second and see if I can't get some of the crap off. Where is my brush? I lose stuff around here like it's my job. Like, it's insane. I just put stuff down and then it's gone. I think my kids take my stuff, but I'm not sure. I don't know who to blame it on. Here's a brush. Not that one. That's this one. Get all this crap off. Man, there's so much dirt. These brushes work great to clean stuff up. I guess the stuff kind of goes on your brush, but you can clean that up later too. That's pretty good. That thing was caked in dirt. Orange, orange, green, green. This one's not so bad, but it's still got some funk on it. All right. Caps. Leave those aside. Let's rebuild some shocks. Let's see what pistons these have in them. Then we can make some decisions on what kind of oil to use. Get orange in the front. What else are we talking about today? Things going on in the world? What's going on in the world? I'll get these all to the same sort of stage and then do another batch, right? Great. Now, need a wrench. Shock boot's seen better days, but it'll be all right. Is this bent? Probably. Yes. It appears to be bent. So we'll put a new shock shaft on that. This one was the other rear. Yeah, my daughter's rough on hardware. Bent shock shafts, broken standoffs. you name it. You can tear apart a car pretty quick. You stay there, you stay there. These are 3D printed spacers. I print them out of soft TPU. The goal here is to try to prevent the chassis from slapping on hard landings. So we put these soft TPU stoppers on the shock shaft, so it sits between the shock cartridge and the link end, right, or the eye, and prevents the shocks from compressing past where the chassis would hit. The idea is to keep the chassis from getting unsettled, right? Like, it seems like slaps make the car nervous, where if your shocks take the brunt of it, it's more stable, right? Less of this stuff back and forth, it's more planted. Goal is to try to make the car less nervous in the end whenever you get big impacts, right? And these are just 3D printed, nothing fancy. I do them in like 2, 4, 6, and 8 millimeter lengths, and then use them in various places. We also sometimes put them inside of the shock body on the shock shaft as a down travel limiter, right? So on the one hand, you've got a limiter for up travel, and on the other hand, you've got a limiter for down. Let me find something to put this oil in. We'll go back to our Dr. B can from the other day. And we can see what kind of pistons we have here. Oh, these are custom 5-hole by probably 1.5. So that shock shaft pretty straight. Right. Oh, that lid was on just barely as well. I don't know what she was doing. She's doing her own shocks and not putting the cap on tight. That is not going to make for a good driving car. Shock shaft's pretty straight. Same thing, right? Yeah, 5 by, they're probably like 1.5. Like 5 by 1.5. Is this shaft pretty straight? Oh, gross, there's dirt and sand in there. Which pistons are these? I should pull this out just to clear out some of the dirt. Let's see. Get down in there. Now, we're back to, we're looking at another debate like we did yesterday. Do you think that towel lint helps your shocks? Since we've got some linty towels. I definitely got some in my differentials, lint, yesterday or the other day. And I'm sure I'll do the same today. Because I forgot to bring paper towels again. Super smart. Now that oil's cooked. It's gray. I want to see. I don't know if you can. Yeah, that stuff's nasty. Gross. Clean that off a little bit too. shoves a towel into their shock body. This is pretty common. This shock shaft appeared to be bent. No, it's okay, actually. No, all right. And these are 8-hole. 8-hole. 8-hole by what? Hmm. 8-hole by... I wonder if I could... I've got a set of twist drills that you use for drilling shock holes. And I wonder if I can figure out from these drill bits what size these holes are. That's like 0.9. It's 1 millimeter. One 1.1. 1.2. Looks like it's 1.1. 1.1 fits in, but 1.2 does not. What do we do with 8-hole 1.1? If you were running 8-hole pistons, each hole is 1.1 millimeter, what oil would you use? What does that number look like? Well, let's try. Let's try some different things. I'm going to start at 500. Maybe? Unless I have 550, I don't see any 550. Yeah, let's start at 500. See what it feels like. And I'll go from there. So I'm just going to get a sense of what kind of the pack feels like. Okay. All right. 500 actually feels pretty good. Let's try 600. Do I have? I have 500, 500, 750. Do I have 600. I don't have very much 600. But I have enough to do 2. I don't like the feel of that. It's too loose. 500 felt better. How's that? How does 500 feel better than 600? Like it felt stiffer. Let's go to 750 because it doesn't look like I have 700. 7. There's 2 750s. Let's turn that one upside down so I can actually pour it. Because it's very low. Ooh, 7. 750. I mean, that might be the ticket. Yeah, 750. That might be too tight. Like, rebound is very slow. Tell you what, we have 750 there. And I don't have any 650. Let's go and do something weird. Let's put 600. It's like a third of the shock body is 600 and the rest is 750. That works out to what? Where does that put us? If we have 750 oil, right? We put a third of the shock body full of 600. So if the range is 0 to 750, so that brings us down here somewhere, right? So we put 600 to 750, and that would bring us down to like what? 675-ish, maybe? Is that about right? We'll try it. I'll make sure they get mixed this time. Let's see, we'll go 750. That's like a third of 600, so like that. Let's top it with 6. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. If it feels terrible after we built, then I'll take it back and do it another way. We use some different oils, some different pistons, something like that. Yeah, Travis. Yeah, you're effectively using them as bump stops. Then, yeah, effectively, yeah. They are basically big rubber bump stops, right? For a little car. That would be the automotive analogy for sure. Bump stops. I will steal that. Thanks. Yeah, you're right. They're effectively just bump stops. What size holes are these? What to do with those little twist drill bits? This is a piston that I drilled. I think they're 1.5. No. They're 1.2. Oh my gosh. They're also 5-hole, 1 millimeter. Oh, I'm going the wrong direction, dummy. Dummy. I'm sorry. 1.4. Not quite. 1.3. Yeah, they're 1.3. So 5 by 1.3. What kind of oils? 5 by 1.3. Oh, Travis, I missed that note there. Yeah, you did second 1/10 race last night. Yeah, 1/10 scale racing is very challenging, especially on carpet. Yeah, I much prefer 8 scale, if I'm honest. So much more fun. All right, 5 by 1.3. Start at 500 again. Get a sense for what it feels like and go from there. Too loose. That won't do. Like immediately too loose. $500. Step up to 6. I think that's going to be the ticket. I don't know. Maybe I'll do the same as the last ones and just put 6 and top it up with a little bit of 750 to bring it up some. See how that does. Should be good. No. So let those sit for a minute. Let the bubbles come out of it. How are we doing on bubbles? That looks like some bubbles still in the fronts, just coming out. Not that, I mean, a few bubbles doesn't, not a big deal. These are emulsion shocks, so, air is kind of necessary. Air and oil make emulsion, and the way the holes work in the shocks, if you're not familiar, as you get, air and oil mixed together, it makes bubbles, and the bubbles are varying sizes, of course, and through the holes, the bubbles need to flow, right? And there's friction through those holes as well. So the fluid actually binds up to the insides of the holes as it goes through it, and ejects out the other side. So different size bubbles will feed through different size holes and create different levels of pack, for compression, and of course rebound as well. But they can be a little bit different one way or the other, depending if you've got like a tapered shock piston, or like if you saw my stream the other day, I did my electric buggy, and I have 20-hole VRP pistons in the back on that one, and they have little flaps to increase rebound. Basically valves to let oil blow by on rebound, but keep it from keep it creating pack on bound. Yeah, bump stops. I wish I never thought about that before. They are definitely bump stops. I don't know why I didn't think about that before. Thanks for giving me that. Bump stops. Looks like the guys here at the track are doing a little bit of final work, excuse me, to get ready for tomorrow. Today, we're getting porta potties. Looks like there's 6 of them, 7 of them. I wonder how many they're going to give it. This weekend is the Thornhill Masters race. It's mostly 40 plus, for us old guys. But there is mechanics classes, and there's an under 16 run what you brung class, which is pretty cool. My daughter, I think, might run my monster truck for the run what you brung class. Not sure about that one yet. Maybe I'll give her my SCT. To run should I give her the monster truck or the short course? She doesn't know how to drive very well, so I'd probably give her the monster truck. All right, these front shocks look good. Let's put a lid on them. Uh-oh. We lost a light. How do I get it back? There's a button somewhere. Is this thing dead? No. Or is it? Dead or it's hot. Oh well, I'll leave it. I don't need to mess with that. Just a little bit less light, but it looks like everything's okay. So to avoid a situation like my daughter created by not putting her shock caps on tight, let's do that. Yeah, and I like to compress the shock while I work the bleeder hole out, the bleeder screw out. Let all that air and excess oil come out like that. Oopsie. Then just run your screw back in. You don't over tighten these or they will strip. That actually looks like it needs a new O-ring. Let me back that out and put a new O-ring in it. A little bit messy. What do I do with my rings? Yeah, this one's peeling off. How do I get it to come all the way off? It's like smashed on the screw, and it's in the threads. It's like, and it's rubbery. You think it just popped right off, but that's some work. What if I turn it out? Yeah, that'll work. Yep. All right. I've got some more rings. Let's see. Get on there. Oh. My sausage fingers and these little tiny screws don't go well together, huh? Right. Compress that. Oh. Come on. No, that was a pain in the ass. All right. So from here, give it a couple of pumps, see how it feels. And if it's dead at the bottom, pretty dead at the top, I'll just put a boot on it and send it. These had bump stops on them, didn't they? No. The fronts had the bump stops on them. In fact, you know what? I'll just put them on both. I have some more. Let's see. These are like 4mm. I don't think I have any more 4s. Some 2s. Stack. 2. Oh, here's a 4. It's a 4. Oh, no. There's a 4. Perfect. Like I said, these are just 3D printed out of TPU. Bump stops. Yeah, bump stops. I like it. I kind of got lost on which shock is which here for a second. Yeah, that feels pretty good. I think she'll be pleased with that. See if we can get the other one to do the same. Ooh, what am I doing? Stupid. I just put the shock shaft in there and turn the shock body like, duh. I'm not proud of that moment. Pick this oil out of here and dirt. And we'll compress this thing, squeeze all that beautiful oil and air out. I should get microfiber towels, huh? Next time I go to Harbor Freight, I'll pick up some microfiber towels. They're only a couple of bucks. Right, chuck boot. That thing's covered in dirt. Bump stop. You know, bump stop. I don't know why I haven't called them that all this time. So dumb, because it definitely is a bump stop. Yep. That might still need a bleed. There's a lot of resistance towards the top. Yeah, a little punch of air and oil. Yeah, that's better. Yep, that feels good. Good. Next. Looks like this one might need an O-ring too. You can actually, I haven't even taken the screw off. You can see part of the O-ring hanging off. Okay. Actually, you know what? Let me just swap that now before I do anything else, or I even try to bleed it. This time, I thought maybe I could grab onto something, but nope. Wonder... Yeah, that works. Stupid little O-rings. They'll ruin your day, too. Ruin your race day. Have a bad time. Those O-rings get blown out. Air gets in the shock, and then you've got all this inconsistent behavior because there's a leak in your shock body. And there's not supposed to be. All right. Let's try this again. Like I say, don't over tighten these screws. That's an expensive mistake because you have to buy shock caps when you strip out those threads, and they're typically not cheap. That's pretty dead. Let me see. It's another bleed. Yeah, just a drop. So that's kind of how that manifests itself, right? If you have a little bit excess oil or air in your shock, when you drop it out to the bottom, it'll sort of suck itself back in. If there's some extra air and there's extra oil, it'll push itself back out like that. These are pretty well dead, but the effect I'm talking about is much greater than this. Like, that's sort of just a little natural give and take, which you should be fine with, right? That's where you want your shock anyway, kind of in the middle. Where'd my other... Oh, it's right in front of me. Just as long as it's not aggressively reacting, acting or reacting, that's okay. If it's just sort of slowly finding its way to the center, that's fine. But if it's bouncing back, that's not okay. Did I forget to put a screw and a spring perch on one of these other ones? Because I have 4 sitting here. Well, I have 2 sitting there now. I'm using 1 right now, and I've already done 3 shocks, so there should be only 3. There should only be 1 screw left. Where did I forget one? There. Oh, that screw hole has got something stuck in it. That's why I'm having a hard time. Let me see what we're doing for... What's the Porta-John company bringing us? Looks like 4 or 5 of them anyway. Y'all come out to Thornhill for the Masters this weekend. It'll be a great time. That one's good. That one's good. Let's finish her up. Well, we cleaned out that bleeder. This O-ring isn't obviously blown out, so hopefully we won't need to replace this one. See, like that's aggressive, right? Like, I push that in and it bounces out hard. All right, and I can't push it past that point. It's hydro-locked. So keep that in mind versus what I call a dead shock here, right? So it comes out, it draws back in a little bit. I just felt some air, so I'll need to bleed it. But if that's all it does for a rebound when you've compressed it, you're good. If that's all it does for rebound when you extend it, you're good. There's a little bit of air in it, but it needs a little bit of air anyway, right? But effectively, that's what I would call a dead shock, right? Like it's not active. It's not pushing back on things. It's just letting oil flow through. Oil and air. You can't get too much air in your shock, and then the bubbles get too big and they don't go through your piston, and you create a lot more pack than you might expect. It happens. I see one of the local guys is here. One of the guys that works here at the track. And he's one of the only people I know of to have run on the track on this new layout, since we're not really allowed to run it until Friday. But I'm going to go and get a sense of what he's running for differentials. Let's see what I can learn. So if I know how he drives, and if I know what he's running, I can make some decisions for my kid's car based on that. I did my own cars the other day, and I just put my sort of baseline oils in them because I don't know what to run yet. So I might have to change oils in all three cars again. But I did those before this guy had run, so I didn't have any baseline to work with. So I just ran with mine. I'll be right back in a few minutes. Let me go see what I can learn. All right. So my baseline is actually right on. I was excited to learn. 12, 12, 10, or yeah, 12, 12, 10. I'll use that for this. All right, let's put the middle in there, right? No, no, duh. Better. Jeez. All right, let's do the center first. So the gentleman I went over to chat to find out about what he run for oils, he's a local team manager for which brand I won't say. If you guys are familiar with the area, you know who I'm talking about. So yeah, I got the word from him on one to run here. Yeah, you can take the gasket too. Does that need to be replaced? Nah. Send it. And I'll just clean that stuff off of the cup if I can. Pretty well on there. There it goes. There it goes. All right, let's clean up this cup. Does it feel good? Yeah, doesn't need anything there. I just think that actually this dips in great shape. Other than the oil, which was basically water. I'm gonna pop a gear out of this. Yup. Oh, come on. Why am I struggling? There we go. Why did I lean over when I put that there? All right. 12, 12, 10. 12, 12, 10. Oopsie. I'm going to remember that all day. I'm probably going to run out of oil. Nope. Funny. The bit just wants to stay with the screw. Alrighty. Clean this one up and set it aside. We'll put them all back in at the same time. Much less like water. Yeah. All right. And I'm gonna run these like this. See, just because these are both blue and one's got a gradient, the other one doesn't. I'll run the gradient one for what I sense is the front. So we'll do that. Then I'll try to remember what's what. Oh man, this thing is covered in grease. Clean it off and put some fresh grease after we're done. So if you're going to be out here to Thornhill for the race this weekend, there's your tip, right? For Techno 12, 12, 10 is a good baseline for the weekend. Your mileage may vary, of course, and I will bear no responsibility if everything's wrong. But if I can give you something, there it is. And so we said 12 in the front. Uh, so 12, 12, 10. I'll just let my racing friends know too. 12, 12, 10 for techno buggy stock. This is a truck, but yeah. Yes, this is a truck, but it'll run the same. For a baseline anyway. See how it goes. Whoa. Let's clean this up. I'll put some more grease on the back side of it. And get it ready for the car. It's an old diff cup. Grease doesn't take much, just a little grease. Don't go nuts. That's too much. That'll be all right. Right. So that'll be front. This guy will be rear, and this one gets 10. That's an old diff cup too. Maybe for her I should just put 12 across the board. Let's see. I mean, yeah. I'd probably go 10 back there. On Saturday at Thornhill for the Masters event, we will have a potluck. Everybody's going to bring some food, and should be a good time. Foods and beer, maybe. Good food, good people. Should be a good time. Where did my hook? Low hook. There it is. Towel, super absorbent. Just get out on those gears and it just soaks up the oil. I'll go 10. 10 in the rear. And for the rear. And then we can put this little lady back together. Or the little lady. Mm-hmm. Oh no. Need my towel back. Where's that hole? And last but not least, get this one in. We'll get the car back on the bench and put it back together. That's all I need. Man, that's a mess. Way too much oil in that. Way too much oil. All right. Sweet. Grease. Put a little grease around the ring. Not much. Maybe there's a "that's what she said" joke in there. There you go. That's enough. Alrighty. Rid of this oil. Gonna need that stand for the car. Let me grab a soda. What do we have? Today, HEB pure cane sugar old-fashioned root beer. Fantastic stuff. All right, let's get this car. Get this car back on the stand. Clean up some of this oil mess. What should we do first? We'll go with the rear. This. Shocks over here. Here's the oils as a stop. All right. Actually, let's just go ahead and do the center one while we're here. Nice and easy. That bearing feels good. Bearing feels good. This driveline's actually in great shape. I'm impressed. I am impressed. Oh, where'd my screw go? Ah. I like to put the screw in super tight. Stop trying to fight me. It is going into metal, so you can crank on it pretty good. This one's not. This goes into plastic. Don't over tighten into plastic. Two fingers is all you need. Oh, that one's chipped out. Might be able to just put a longer screw. Let me see how long this one is. If not, I'll just slather some CA glue in there. I don't know if I have a longer screw. This would be an M3 by 20. 5? You could try that. M3 by 25 might be too long. Yeah, no, that won't work. That goes right past the chassis plate. Where's this one stop? I'll just put a dab of glue on it. Yeah, that's a good one. All right. Oh my goodness. There's a reason why we call Doofus around here. Making a mess with glue. We are making a mess with glue. Yeah, that feels good. Right. Now we just need to do the front and rears. And I never remember which way these things point. Should. But I never do. Truth is, it doesn't matter a ton. And I just reverse. As long as you don't have the front and rear ends opposing each other, everything is fine either way. You just have to tell your speed controller to run backwards if you put it in backwards. And that's really all that. It's not like a life-changing thing if you put your driveline in a little backwards. Just take it back out and put it right back in the right way, or just reverse your speed controller if you got a manner to program it. Yes, we need screws in the back too, right? I said, oh, I was gonna put longer ones, and I don't know if I have them. I do have some fresh ones though. I don't know if I have. In fact, I know I don't have any longer M4s. I used them all up the other day. And there's nobody at the shop today, so I can't go and get fresh ones. These look pretty fresh. That one. A bunch of banged up screws. That'll do. That'll do. It's mostly still got the black on it. Yeah. Maybe I didn't need a longer screw after all. I just needed a new screw. Yeah. It's got a good bite. The cover screws we need. Oops. Try to keep my bit. I'll go ahead and put the shocks on the back while we're here. Ooh, she had the purple ones on the front, right? I think. If not, we'll get hollered at later. That left-handed thread. What hole did we go on the inside? Let's get these down a little bit more for her. Might make the car a little bit easier to drive. The truck a little bit easier to drive. I think the fronts were all the way laid down already. Right? Right. Like that. All right. And I'm going to remember to lay this one down a little bit too. I'll show you what I mean by that if you don't know in a second. Black screw. There's some bind in that arm. I should try to see if I can work out. That hole's never been used. All right, let's see if I can just sort of open this space up a little bit. Looks like the It looks like the arm opening is kind of been smashed together. Yeah, that's better. And then when I put this screw in, I won't run it in all the way tight. It just goes snug. If you run it all the way in tight, it will squeeze these two pieces together on your end, and it does create a little bit of bind. So you don't want to do that. Just want it snug. When I talk about laying the shocks down, I mean to say that shocks like this are stood up and like this are laid down, right? So she's on the outside hole on the tower, which is stood up pretty well, and she was on the inside hole on the arm, which is it's the most stood up you can get it, right? So all I did was move these guys out a hole on the bottom here, and we'll check droop and everything like that, but that should settle the back end down a little bit, make it a little bit easier to drive. I might move the top tower in a hole too. Not now though. I'll let it go the way it is. Ow, that hurt. Don't do that. All right. Front. We already put grease. Grease lightly. Gearbox feels nice. No slop. Good. All goodness. That lid doesn't want to go back. There it goes. There it goes. Yeah, that screw is pretty well stripped out. I'll have to deal with that one of these days. As long as it doesn't come off, life's good. That arm could probably use replacing. That'll probably break. Maybe this weekend. I'll let her run it. She breaks. I'll replace it on the weekend. I have plenty of arms. Arms, we have. See if I get an M3 by 20 cap. M3 3 by 16? No. 3 by 20. I could use a button head in a pinch. Please. I don't want to. All right. I'm going to have to use M3 by 16. How many of those do I have? Oh, that's not real. No. I don't actually have any. I just have boxes for that size with other shit in them. That is not helpful. Okay. Yeah, run with what we got. See what happens. Oh, right. She had the wing on the front. Is that one longer? Definitely. That's all I wanted. 220 mil screws there. Not a 16. I don't know what she was doing there. Oh, wait. I need to put the case screws in first, don't I? That would be helpful. Nice. So that covers that. We do need to run the screws into the bottom. Need to find two that don't suck. Well, two that don't suck worse than the other ones anyway. I need to get into the shop and buy some screws as I have some time, but can't happen today. There's nobody there. Is that the right size? Yeah, I'll do it. Just tight. And we're almost done with this lady. So like I said, this is my daughter's car, my daughter's truck. My daughter's truck. There's my caps. So she's gonna run that for the mechanics race on the weekend. And like I said, she'll run probably the monster truck in the Run What You Brung class, the under 16. That should be fun to watch. The under 16 Run What You Brung class could be a spectacle. That's not quite tight. Better. Alrighty. We are just about done with this one. Somebody's got a loud truck. Somebody's going to Costco. Last thing to tighten down on this one, and I think we're done. I'll just give it a quick once over for tightness and make sure everything looks good, feels good. I mean, a little slop, but that's okay. That slop is coming from the servo horn. Is that loose? So I should have a clamping servo horn here. That feels better. Yeah, I should have a clamping servo horn here, but I do not. There you go. Yeah. When I talk about slop, to some people, they say technos like a lot of slop. Seems to be true. Technos get a lot of slop, and it's especially apparent at the wheel hubs. Is basically all the slop gets amplified by the time you get to the outside. The little bit of slop here adds to the little bit of slop here, adds to the little bit of slop here, adds to the little bit of slop here, and you get a lot of slop. Technos manage it. Yeah, it looks like everything's nice and tight. We'll call this lady done. Nice. I'm pleased with that. Pleased with that. Yep. Looks good, feels good. Next, we'll have to get this guy sorted. Check out this body by Smiley. Pretty basic, but it's sharp looking, and he did a great job, I think, with the using the Techno logo here instead of the Marbs logo. A little bit of Shugu or something stuck to that. This body actually hasn't even been run yet. It doesn't look like. I don't think he has. He's been running the black and red one. But my boy liked the Senna F1 style so much that he wanted his racer to look like that too. So that's what he got. The white is cool. It's like an opal, like I got a little bit of an opal sort of thing going on in it, which is nice. I don't know if that comes across on camera or not. Yeah, it's a sharp looking body. He did a good job. And I love the Techno logo on the side. And I'm not sure how he did that. It looks like it's maybe, is it vinyl? Or did he have it cut out some way? It's interesting. But it looks good. It looks like it's painted on. I'm not sure. I'll have to ask him. Sharp looking body. All right. This thing needs a new spur. So he cooked that on the weekend. He was not managing his you guys check your mesh, right? Check your mesh before a race. Make sure that you got a nice click, and only a nice click and not a big gap. Basically what happened here is his motor mount adjustment screw came a little loose. His motor walked that way and it chewed up a bunch of the teeth on the spur, which I can show you as I take it off. I have a new spur, we'll replace it. We'll just do this center diff in one shot real quick, and then I'll do the rest of the front and rears separate. 12, 12, 10. When I hope I don't run out of hope I don't run out of oils. So you have to replace this spur altogether. It's pretty well cooked. I'll show you side by side with a new one. I'll get a side by side with a new one. Come on. So, hey, stay there. All right. Where'd my towel go? Let me take this apart, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. If I can find pliers. Come on. I need a gear puller for these little gears. The oil wants to keep them on. Like a suction cup. I'll put a new bearing. That one looks brand new, but still. Okay, so old spur versus new. And you can see sort of side-by-side comparison. Let's see if I can get that to come across. There's lint all over from the towel, but you get the idea. So these teeth on this one, this is the old one. You can see they're pretty chewed up. In some spots more than others, like this. There's actually like the ends of the teeth are stand up prouder than the center of the teeth because they've been chewed down and through the middle. Yeah. So we'll put a fresh one on. Yeah, so those teeth have been chewed down so far. See, they're like wider than the new one. So we'll get a fresh one in there. When you rebuild these things, it's important to make sure you get grease on that O-ring on your outdrive cup, and I'll show you what I mean as I find some grease. I can use that lithium grease, that'll work. Yeah, you get a little bit of grease in here in this groove, this little juice groove, I don't know what the heck you call it. There's this groove in here basically filled with grease, and then put it into the back of the differential, and that grease will keep the oil from flowing through it and out, and it keeps everything nice and lubricated for the outdrive cup to rotate as well. What was I just looking for? Bearings, yeah. We need some bearings. Some wheel bearing, or diff bearings. Is that this one? Looks like that one. When you do these, the seals face the dirt. The rubber seals face the dirt. That's the way I like to run them anyway. Everybody's different, I guess. I'm going to go ahead and put a little bit of grease in here to start. And then I'll put the O-ring in with the grease. And then I'll grease my outdrive cup to come up through it. And yeah, just fill this groove with some grease. And this little syringe makes it pretty easy. I can just sort of rub it on both sides of the groove and squirt out some grease while I'm doing it. Yeah, so just fill that little juice groove up. I don't know if it's a juice groove. I don't know what you call it. Then just wipe off the excess from the front. Won't hurt anything. Then this pin goes in through the cup to hold everything together. I'll take this gasket off and put it on the other side, provided it doesn't tear, and it doesn't look like it will. Just want to make sure these are nice and oily. The oil gets in the paper and puffs it up a bit, right? Takes up some space, which is good. This gasket looks in good shape, other than it's, you know, kind of compressed in a couple of spots, but I'll send it, see what happens. I think it'll be okay. A little tear there, but I don't know if I have a spare. I don't think I do. But I may. Let's see. See if I have a spare. Clearly not. Boots. Those are, oh, the rings for the diffs. Why wouldn't I have gaskets too? Oh, nuts, standoffs. Maybe not. These are all shock shafts. Yeah, it doesn't look like I have any. Oh well. Problem for future doofus. Let's get the rest of this thing cleaned up. Three gears in the center to soften the hit. I talk about this all the time. If you want to see about it, let me know, and I can talk about it right now, or go back and watch a replay from 2 days ago, as I did a bunch of diffs in that stream and talked a bunch about it there. I'm glad I did this diff. The oil is cooked. Smoky black. Smells like popcorn or something. I don't know what that smell is. A burnt silicone oil. It's not a great smell, though. I'll tell you that. What do you call that smell? Burnt silicone. Let's see. We'll go 12, 12, 10. And I like to put a little dab of oil on the back of this gear just to keep it from falling down. Some people like to put their gear in the oil and then, you know, set the gear in the oil and then put the top on. That's okay, except that you have to line up the drive pin for the cup with the groove. I'd like to just line it up this way, and the oil kind of glues it on there for me, and then I just need to line up the holes and drop it on, and everything else kind of takes care of itself. to me, that just works a little bit better. And before I put this diff back in, I'm going to have to adjust the mount. Since we already know the last spur was all chewed up and this is a new one, it's going to push that motor back that way. Nope. The oil also glues the tool to the screw, I guess. Go, yeah. Right. And I said I was going to have to back that out before I put the diff in. Let's do that. You're just losing these screws if you can. I'm still a little injured, so that was not very easy for me. That's better. Man, that thread lock's in there good. Slide the motor out. Diff back in. These little tiny dog bones are always a struggle for me. These wee little dog bones in the back. Right? Right. Right. All right. Then we put the mount back together. Oopsie. Just shoved the motor. I'm undoing all the hard work I just did. Come on, man. A little windy out today, huh? Just blew the door open. Right? Why am I using that? Use the machine, doofus. All right. Right. All right. So for setting mesh, I like to take a piece of paper and fold it thrice. Piece of paper typically is 1/10 of a millimeter thick. So if I fold a piece of paper over 3 times, I know I've got roughly 3/10 of a millimeter gap between my gear teeth. And that seems to be a good sweet spot for electric cars anyway. A lot of times on nitro cars, we'll set the mesh just short of binding. So it's pretty tight. Set the mesh tight on a nitro car. So then once you get your motor mount screws tightened down real tight, you can just roll the spur to get your paper out, and you should be free from there. Check your mesh by holding your pinion, wiggle your spur. Listen for that little click. See if I can get it for you. I try this sometimes, and Often doesn't work, but we'll see. Should sound like that. Should sound like that. Right. What else do we need to do for this guy? Oils. Oils, and we'll do the front and rear diffs. It'll be busy. All right, we're back. Right. Differentials, shocks. Let's clean out the bottom. And whoa, look at those. Wowee. He almost lost steering. We'll sort that out. That's bad. All right. Oh, the dirt caked underneath. Oh my gosh, that screw is so loose. It almost fell out. It almost fell out. Look, my little engraver just drove that screw around. Oh, come on. Right. I can't believe this. This is crazy. Those screws are barely there. Need some thread lock. Need some thread lock. They must not have used any before. I don't know what happened. I'm going to use all of the thread lock. And then throw the screw on the floor. Genius. Hopefully the other side's tight and I won't have to get a wrench on it. Yeah. So this is metal on metal. Just crank it down as tight as you can. Jeez. Screw's barely on. Get some more Loctite on it. Clean it off a little bit. Oh. That hurt. Right. Maybe save the day right there. That might have saved the day. Anybody listen to Saves the Day? Great band. He's got screws missing from his C block. I wonder if he did that intentionally or if they fell out. Sometimes people will intentionally take these screws out to give the chassis a bit more flex. These were basically added to decrease chassis flex. On the 2 point, I think it was just 2.2. They added these holes in the C block and the chassis plate. I can't recall. The 2.1 or 2.2. But I'm going to assume that he did not intentionally leave them out. And they fell out. And I'll Loctite some back in there for him. if he really wanted them out, well, we can always take them out. I had some surgery the other week in my wrist, and so if I do the wrong thing, it hurts. This car still looks new. I mean, he's still breaking it in. It still has gold on the chassis plate. I mean, for a reference, right? My buggy is it's about a year old. I got it in December, I'd say. The only gold left on my chassis plate is underneath the servo and in ESC, and maybe a little bit right here. He, on the other hand, has a nice gold chassis plate. That car is pretty new. We went to Wicked Weekend down in Georgia, and he actually had lipo fire in his e-buggy, and burned down his car. I still have the car over here. I can bring it out. You know what I was saying about those screws? They can slice you right open. That one just tried. That's like a razor blade. Huh. I'll put a fresh one in there, or a fresher one. I could find it. Right. I'll stand these up to the front and reuse those, and I'll put fresh ones on the back because they're pretty chewed up. Looks like you might need a new front bumper too. I don't know if I care. Might make that a him problem. Well, look what he did. He melted his bullets into the side pods. What a clown. Or he cut holes. I don't know what he did. Crazy kid. Aw. I was hoping that would come without needing a wrench, but it doesn't look like I'm gonna get away with it. Where's my wrench? That's not the right size. A turnbuckle wrench around here somewhere. I don't know what I did with it. I do this a lot. Oh, hey. I could use these screws. Turnbuckle wrench. What did I do with it? I mean, I could just grab a pair of pliers, but still. That'd be nice to have. My turnbuckle wrench. All right. Now, let's just do what we got. Man, that thing's on there tight. Like, that hurt. Whew. At least we know its shock wasn't coming off anytime soon. Jeez. That thing was really on there. This one too. Not as bad though. The other one was much worse. Stay. Come on. Right. Oh, you know what? While we're doing it at the front, let's might as well get the. Let's take the diff out as well. Oh, that's got a that's got a hefty screw in it. I guess he must have stripped out the one that was there, and he put a. Looks like he put an M3 in there at a pinch. That's pretty smart, kid. Pretty smart, kid. Oh man. I did take the screws out of the bottom, didn't I? Yeah. There it goes. Oh yeah, that feels like water in there. That won't do. That's, I'm gonna use that one for rear. Front. Right. We already did center. Let's just take the back end apart. Uh, uh, so, 'Get these shocks off. Pull this diff. And we can get to doing some oils. Oh. We lost some video. Stand by. I think we got it back. I'll keep an eye on it. Camera kind of died there. I don't quite know. That's too soft. That one feels better. Still trash. Okay. Shocks. Get this gearbox open. Get this diff out. Sway bar links. Oh, there you go. All right, get that diff out. Set this guy aside for a minute. Gonna need our towel. And need our oil can, which I feel like I should cut a little notch in or something. Let me see. Do I? Just use some pliers, maybe. Just want to get it so the oil actually flows down inside. Like that. Yeah, like that. Yeah. Like that. Right. Now we got some more. Oh, there's my. It's just sitting right there on the bench the whole time. Idiots. I should put these someplace where I won't lose them. Let's try that. All right. Shocks. What do we got? Got. What even? What's going on here, kid? He's got. I mean, these collars are all over the place. Jeez. All right. So the two worn ones, I know those are fronts. Let's see, got yellow everywhere. I can just go heavier oil. Make sure not to drink that. Last time, what did I do? I got everything up to the same stage and did them in steps. I'll just get everything stripped down at the same time and load everything up at the same time. Maybe we can establish a little bit of a flow. There's our bump stops. Where'd my wheel wrench go? Such a funny noise. So is shaft bent? A little bit. But it doesn't bind at all. Seems like it's okay. 4 holes, 1.5 and 1.6. Okay. What kind of oils? What oils? Have some 750. Some 6. Maybe some 5. I don't think we'll need anything else. I think, yeah. I think realistically, what I'll probably do is just run probably 600 in the front. Go first, see how it feels. Let's see. Big air bubble. I don't know. That feels too loose. It feels too loose. Maybe once all the air comes out of it, you can see all the bubbles. I think you can. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. Oh well. There are bubbles. $600. I don't know. $600 feels too light. I'll just fill it up with 750. I'm gonna give it a hair more. And I'll just do the same thing on the other one too. Kind of where we settled on the other shocks too, isn't it? It's like 675-ish. I'm kind of doing it by feel, and maybe my feel sucks. Who knows? Maybe my feel's wrong. Oh. Same piston. So, bit of 750 and the rest 6. That's like 650, isn't it? Yeah, that'll work. Right. And then we'll just rebuild them in reverse order. I don't know, can you guys see all the bubbles coming out of there? Right? Yeah, you can kind of see them, right? Like in this. It's like a brighter color there than the other parts. That's cool when they all come up, like you can see all the bubbles. Yellow longs. Yeah, yellow longs front and rear. Cool. I wonder why you settled on that setup. We like to run long springs in the front generally, and short springs in the back. So it'd be like running stock front springs from Techno in the rear and vice versa. Running rear springs in the front, the long rear springs in the front, and the short front springs in the back. But my boy's got his car set up with long springs front and rear. Just a little different. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'll just go 750 a little bit and then top it up with 6. Yeah. That way we have somewhere over, I don't know, it's by 630, 640, something like that. Maybe. I don't know. Somewhere between 600 and 750. I would guess like a quarter of the oil is 750. And the rest is 6. So the split is 150. What's a quarter of 150? 25 and 12 is 37 and a half, say. 37 and a half, so 6. So yeah, 630, 640, 630, 640 is about the spot then. I just don't have any 650 oil. Else I would just use it. And again, the shop's not open today, so I cannot run in there and grab something. Tomorrow the shop will be open. I'll be able to get in there, get some stuff that I need for upcoming maintenance too. If you watched the stream from the other day, you'd know that I need to do diff cups like on all my rigs, on all my personal and my racers. So I need to buy a bunch of diff cups and rebuild all of those. Probably on a stream in the not too distant future. It won't be next week or the week after, I'm afraid. Like I said, I had a surgery the other week, and I have another one coming up next week. This time on my left side. So I won't be back to streaming for a couple of weeks, I'm afraid. And I don't know how much video I'll be able to do in the meantime. We'll see. That's a little bit too much. Or no. All right. Just like to pump those a few times, get all the bubbles out. Looks like bubbles are still coming out of these. Yeah, let those sit a minute. Still going. Just a couple of little bubbles left. All right. Let's start putting these back together. I was waiting for it. Yeah, that feels good. Are these on the same length? Yeah. Yeah. These had some bump stops on them. Bump stops. Thanks to Mr. Travis, wherever you are, for reminding me that in a full-scale car, they are bump stops. All right, that's that one done. This one looks like it's still got a little bit of bubbles coming out of it. I'll give that a few more minutes. So does this one. So does this one. I don't know. Vibrating like helps. There's like a part of me that feels like if I kind of shake, if I shake the plate, maybe the bubbles will come out faster. I don't know if there's any sense to that or not. Like if it vibrates. Let's see. Let's try it. I don't know. I don't know if it's making them come out faster or not. I can definitely see some popping on all of them. The bubbles popping on the surface. I mean, it's definitely vibrating them. I just don't know if it makes any difference. It'd be cool if I could like put my shock stand in like an ultrasonic cleaner and see what happens. That would be interesting. Just to see what happens, you know? Right. Just put a drop of glue in the cap because the oil. The oil that I had there squeezed out. Oil. Jeez. Or leaked out. Glue. What's wrong with you, man? Glue indeed. Pretty well dead. Yep. I don't know why I called the oil glue. Called the shit poop. All right. This one almost done. Ooh, I forgot to put a bump stop. Go back and do it again. Put my bump stop. Travis coming in the clutch with the bump stop. I don't know if you notice, I always run these grub screws in the same direction. Usually I know if somebody else has worked on my car by whether or not those grub screws are facing the right direction. All right, let's see. I need a dab of oil in each of these. I guess there was a bunch of air in there. Put a dab of oil back in the top. So like that leaked out while it was laying on the towel. Man, super hydro locked, airlock, whatever. This will be dramatic. Yeah, see. Good. I'm gonna press the shaft all the way. There you go. Don't forget bump stops. Now you notice I don't have these on all my cars, all the rigs. It's really kind of a per vehicle, per driver kind of a thing. Just kind of depends on who's driving what. Like I said, this is my kid's car, so he likes to run bump stops front and back. I do too. My daughter just has. I think we put them front and back in hers today. And last but not least. Last but not least. And oh, this one will be dramatic too. I'll make it so you can see it. Ready? Oh yeah, I popped the screw out and everything. Come on. There you go. Well, we know that's plenty bled. No questions there. Oh, that one still needs to be bled a little bit. I feel hair slipping. Let's do the same thing. There's not much, just a little. Yeah, there it goes. A little bit of oil come out too. Yeah, that's better. Much better. Boot. Bump stops. Bump stops made my day. Springy. Spring purge. And that'll be these shocks done. We can move on to the other oils we need to do. And then we can move on to the last rig we need to do. Nice. That was good. Good. Let me measure these. Get them to the same, and then I'll do ride height on the car after we get everything back together. And I'll just set these to be the smaller of the two, which is like 7 millimeters. So just eyeball it. That's pretty close. Measured pretty good. All right, so we'll set these aside for now, and we'll bring them back out. And we have to put the car back together. All right. Diffs. So front, rear. We don't need this stand right now. We'll do 12, 12, 10 again. I already did the centers 12. Oh, aggressive. Sounds like my driver's dying. You give her a charge. Man, there's no oil in this. There's none. Wait do you see? I mean, there's some, but it's not very much, and it's pretty cooked. So again, if you watch the channel, you'll know that I often run 3-gear differentials in the center and sometimes front and rear. This is one of those sometimes cases. Now, my kid, when he built this car, only put 3 gears in his front and rear diffs as well as the center. And again, the idea there is to, kind of soften the hit, the power hit when it comes one less gear, makes it a little less firm feeling, and it also helps keep the oil in good shape a little bit longer. Clean this up. And we'll start to get it back together. This is rear, so we'll go 10K back here. And let's get this guy back together. I might put a dab more oil. Yeah. And a little bit more. All right. And let's put this back together. Good. Nice and tight, not too tight. If you strip these screws out, you have to get a new diff cap. And you don't want to strip these out. Don't over tighten them. It's just metal into plastic and it will strip out in a hurry. I use a clutch on this driver. It's only set to the second setting, so it's weak. And then I just usually turn in the last by hand. Or I let it slip. I let the driver slip in my hand and kind of use my hand as a clutch, or let the diff slip in my other hand and use my hand as a clutch that way too. That works. Let's clean this up a little bit. Get some grease on it. Doesn't take much grease, just a little. It's enough to keep those gears a little happy. Yeah, not a ton. So we'll hang on with that. Let's do the front. Clean it up a little bit. So my hands don't get more dirty. Those differentials get covered in grease from being in the gearbox, and grease breaks down, gets black. Or we use black grease to build. If you get a Techno kit, the stock Techno grease is black, and it works great. It's just messy. That weak clutch. The weak clutch gets in my way, back and screws out sometimes, but usually I just stop it and give it a manual twist like that, or like that, and then it'll come out. That oil's looking pretty cooked too, but it's not near as bad as the other one was. So again, the debate from the other day was whether or not towel lint is good for your differentials. What do we know? There's definitely going to be some on here. There's some funky looking stuff on this. What is there? That's probably from towel lint. Looks like it. Where'd the cup go? Let's clean that up. Will towel lint create some bind? It's just cotton. What do we know? I mean, I guess it would break down. It would break down with the, grinding through the gears. Maybe? I don't know. Towel lint. We're done with 10K oil for now. I'll just set this aside. 12.5 for the front. There you go. Give that a sec to burn in. And just line up my holes and set it. And then we'll clean up whatever oil squeezes out. That's what I mean by my hand as a clutch. Uh-oh. I got a lot of extra oil on that one. That'll be a mess to clean up. No big deal. There's my other hand as a clutch. Actual clutch. All right, let's clean this thing up. Looks like we got some new viewers out there, huh? How's everybody doing today? We're doing diff oils and shock oils for my kids' cars today. This is my son's electric buggy, his EV48 2.2, which is pretty new. We did my daughter's buggy a little while ago, and we'll do my son's nitro buggy here in a little bit when we're done with this one, which will be soon. Is I just need to grease these gears and put the car back together. Oopsie, I'm throwing stuff around. The front anyway. I don't know if we'll need a towel from here. We will need a car stand and a car. If anybody wants to complain about the dirty state of my son's car, you should do so in the chat, and I will forward those messages to him on your behalf. You can talk about how messy his car is to him, and I'll let him know. How's that? Which direction was that going? I always tell where the gear grease is on the deck, on the chassis plate. The grease only slings onto the side that the ring gear is on, so you usually know from that which side, which direction to put the differential in. What am I missing? Oh, diff cover. And some screws. Get these ones in the deck. Nice. And then we just need to hook back up the sway bars and put the shocks back, and the back end will be done. The sway bar link out on the end of the sway bar. You guys tune your sway bars by lengthening or shortening them this way. If you don't, you should. You can kind of go in between sway bar sizes by lengthening or shortening where your link is. Leverage changes, right? Depending on where the link end comes in on the lever. So you can actually kind of get in between sizes of sway bars that way if you're sort of in between. So just make your link a little bit shorter and it'll get a little bit stronger, or a little bit longer and it'll get a little bit weaker. Or rather the effect from the sway bar changes that way, right? It doesn't actually get weaker or stronger. The effect does. Rear shocks. Those are fronts. These are rears. Right? Right shocks. Let's compare bodies. Yeah. Short bodies in the front. And then we'll run these all the way laid down. Where'd my driver go? Like that. Another shock. Oh, we need a nut on the top, yeah. Yeah. We just need to put this one on the back. Again, laid down all the way out on the arm. And just snug these, don't tighten them. They're just holding things together, not doing any real work. Right, front diff. Which way did the grease sling? That goes. That turns clockwise there, and yeah, goes this way. There's not a lot of grease on this in this gearbox on the plate, so I don't. Let's see. Yeah, that's right. All right, where's the cover? How cute this little sway bar is. Little buggy sway bar. So cute. Little buggy sway bar. And let's get a screw in there that won't cut me. I need, yeah, I did that already. That one shouldn't cut me. Yeah, these screws get ground down on the bottom, and sometimes they can get pretty sharp on the edges and cut you. What's going on with that? Oh, that hole should be empty. That would be if you ran shorty packs. All right, put the shocks on, and we'll be done with this guy. Why am I going there? Tell me. We already put those shocks on. That's too short. He's gonna struggle with that. Let's fix that. So in the long positions, they're all the way laid down, but the end makes the shock run too short to get a full extension on the arm. So what we will do is replace this end with a longer one. I'll show you. So as you sort of go from stood up to laid down, the shock needs to be a little bit longer, and the stock eyes don't really work for that. I'll show you what we do instead. Techno sell these. It's just this is one part by itself, right? It's spring perches and eyes of different lengths. I'll go with these long ones since I actually have them. And you just have to pop the eye out of the ball link out of this side and put it in, or out of this end and put it in the new one. Do it without pinching yourself. And ball in. I don't know why that's difficult sometimes with that wrench. Why am I putting it down? I need it. So yeah, so this length here should give us what we need to get us down to the length of the arm without having to back off some threads, which you can do, but it's not ideal. And so then you run the risk. No question. Let's see, I need a screw. Right, and a nut. That's spinning. Let's fix that. And we'll leave that there for 2.5. Tighten that guy. Right. And then, so we'll have to take this end off and put another longer one on this shock as well. Even up the front. And And let's get the ball out of here. Without pinching my hand this time. And oh, why do I keep putting it down? Still need it. Yeah, I'm not sure why he left that the way that it was. That was a mistake. He should have put these longer ends on in the first place, or done something more to limit the droop on the arm so it doesn't pull the shock apart, which is what was going to happen, right? Like it was going to pull the shock apart and pull the or pull the shock shaft out of the end, or break a standoff, or both. I actually had that happen on the weekend. I had a shock completely eject itself from my car. It was funny. One of the guys from one of the locals here was out there, and I went out to look for my shock on the track, and he's got it in his hand. It's like, is this yours? I'm like, yeah. It's like, man, I've never seen that before. Broke the standoff and broke the end off of the shock. And yeah, whole thing just ejected. If I don't line these holes up right, sometimes I'll just take a little driver and put it in there to try to line up the hole so the screw goes in nice and easy, like that. Nice. So that's this kid's car done, I think. The only thing I want to do is I want to take a little bit out of this droop screw because he's got oodles. And it's unnecessary. I'll measure it too, but we measure from the center of the screw to the center of the standoff. That's monstrous at it's 120. It's not too bad. 119 is pretty good. Let's stick with 120. Yeah, that one's 119. So yeah, let me just give this one a turn, and that should be 119, and we can call her done. I throw my wrench on the floor. Yep. Cool. Where did my wrench go? All right. So that's that guy done. Oh, sway bar. Almost missed that. That would have been an interesting drive. Oh no. Spin around. All right. That's this car done. Looks like we got everything. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Everything nice and tight. Everything nice and tight. Everything's nice and tight. There's a nut missing back here. That would have been very bad. Let me make sure I put all the screws back too. Yes, yes. 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 Looks pretty good. Nice. All right. That's that guy done. And we do have one more car to go. It is also quite messy. It is also my son's car. And it also needs the same work. We'll do that rear diff feels like water. That front diff kind of feels like water. And the center doesn't feel much better. So we'll have to do this next. 10, 10, 12, or 12, 12, 10. Let's do that. Let's take a quick break. Be right back. Why's the door open on the shop? What if there's somebody over there? All right. Well, let's jump into this guy. Like I said, it's my son's car. It's messy. You should leave some comments for him. Make fun of his messy car. I'm not cleaning it. I'll just get dirty working on it. Let's go ahead. Let's take this thing apart. These are trash. Old AF. What do these used to be? These used to be raw speed villains. Great tire. What a shot. See if I can do it twice. No. Can't. All right. Shocks. You know, we might do a bell on this one too. It looks like his clutch bell is pretty chewed up. How would that be? And we'll do shock stiffs and a clutch bell. It definitely needed bearings done anyway. So that'll be us for about the next hour or so. My guess we'll be working on shocks, diffs, and a clutch bell. I'll probably take everything apart first, do the clutch bell and bearings first. Then we'll do the oils and put everything back together. Let's get this guy apart. Right. And I'm gonna have to do the ones out of the plate. Oh, actually, let's just do all those at the same time, and we'll clean them up in the process. Well, the steering's in good shape on this one. At least there's that. On the last buggy we had on the bench, the steering was hanging on it by a thread. The chassis plate. And there's clay around here. Just gets gunked up in there and doesn't want to come out. Ooh, that screw was barely in. Looks like it'll cut me too. It's like razor sharp on the ends. Should have a longer one for that. That was nice and tight. Still razor sharp. Might have something to replace that. That skid plate's razor sharp too. Eesh. Leave it. That one's not sharp. That one was not tight. Yeah, this car is gross. Your diff. Let's get the front. And sway bar links. I usually take the shocks off before I take the diff case off. Doing things a little out of order today. That one's on there tight. goodness. All right, let's try this again. That one was tight. We'll give this a little bit of a once over too. Make sure all the screws nice and tight. We won't let him run a car that's falling apart, I hope. Something comes loose, he'll yell at me on the weekend. And then I'll make him fix it. That's how that goes. All right. That's the front, rear. Let's figure out the center. Super long screws. We'll swap this air filter too. It's gross. Come on, screw. Got a little bend in it. I think I'll throw it out and replace it with a different screw. Indeed. And I've got a spare out of another car. Like that. And, you know, let me go ahead and take this filter holder off. Let me find my flush cutters. And we'll cover that guy up. I'll put a fresh filter on this toward the end. You notice this is the S&S mono brake. Single brake for your nitro car. Instead of having brake bias front and rear, just have single brake on the differential. That stops the car. Instead of having front and rear bias, it lets the oils in the differentials basically handle the braking forces and lets the oil kind of move the braking forces around the car instead of being bound to front and rear. in practice, it means there's less chance of stoppy. You know, when your car is running and your front brakes lock up, and you can bring the back end off of the ground. So there's much less chance of stoppies because in this case, if the front catches, right, the braking power would basically be distributed back to the back, and vice versa. So it stops stoppies. It makes driving easier if you go back and forth between nitro and electric, because you have the same behavior from that between nitro and electric for braking at least. This kid actually wants me to take this mono brake out and run it back to the stock setup, but I won't do that today. It is a lot of work, and I don't feel like it. This diff. Oh man, the fan's loose and the rotor's loose. I think it might be time for a new diff cup. I have one. And we'll use the different holes in those. All right. It's a good job we opened this up. This just needs some repairs. Yeah, that screw is barely hanging on. It's in the hole it's in is cracked. I'll have to reach out to Mr. Sean and see if I can get my hands on another fan. Because that sucks. And that screw was clearly rubbing on something. The head of it was shiny. So that screw must have backed out of that hole a little bit, and it let the diff run a little loose. Oh, I've got another cup. I'll put another cup on it. And that'll be the other reason why I do not change the brake setup today. Because, yeah, I'm not messing with it. These screws are kind of special, so I'm leaving them off to the side. They're a little bit different than your other screws, as they have shoulders. Like that. And the shoulders sit flush in the holes on the rotor. Rotor looks good. I'll clean it up with some brake cleaner. Fan has seen better days. That's split there. Split there. What I will do is put it to have a glue around these just to give a little extra strength. Yeah, like that. Like that. Okay, set that aside for now. Yeah, we'll redo the diff cup in this. Looks like it's a 2.0 diff cup anyway. Also, that screw was kind of loose. That's troublesome. That one too. It's like these guys were barely hanging on. This whole diff is just toast. Yeah, we'll give it another cup. I don't have another spur, I don't think, so. And this one looks good. Oh, the oil looks to be in good shape. trusty towel back out so we can get some more lint in our diffs. All right. Three-gear center. We talked about that earlier. 3 gears in the center diff softens the initial hit from power. And it softens some other things too. It gives you some extra oil in your differential, which is especially nice in a nitro, because you're running a 30 or 45 minute race, maybe an hour, and the oil will sort of fade over the course of the race. If there's more oil, there's more to work with and less fade, is kind of the idea. I'm trying to get this sun gear out. Didn't want to come. And, all right. Little pliers and get that little pin out. And I'm not going to worry about cleaning any of this shit up because I'm just going to toss this diff cup. Right? In the bin. Now, do I have any techno people out there? If I have any techno people out there, you'll see that that last diff cup was probably a 2.0. This diff cup is 2.x. It's like the lightened one. I guess it'll work. I don't know. We'll find out together. Squirt a little bit of grease in on the O-ring. And then when I put the outdrive cup on, I'll fill that, what I called it earlier, the juice groove. The juice groove with some oil. There's some grease. Fill that juice groove. Oh man, I forgot an important step. What do I do with my bearings? Are these they? Those are not they. I need a bearing. What did I do with my bearings? That'll do. Right? Yes. So the rubber seal faces the dirt. You get that guy in there. Now we need to get this dry pin down in the differential without towel lint, ideally. And then the planet. That's not quite on there. How's it line up? Drive pin goes like that. Ish. Yeah, there we go. And we can load the gears back in. Sans towel lint, ideally, since we don't know how towel lint does in a differential yet. Okay. Where'd my stand go? Oh, it's already got a differential in it. Oh well. I can use a wheel wrench. So we'll go 12, 12, 10. Or, well, 12, 5. So this bearing is in the bin. Does this need to be replaced too? I might as well do it while I'm here, right? Since the car's open, the diff's open, we might as well get this off, that is. Come on. And we'll refill the juice groove. With some grease. Looks like this one might have had copper grease in it at some point. Oop, my bearing fell off. And I always put the sun gear on the top of the case and let it go on this way. Yeah. Let's see how this works. I don't know if these gears are going to work in this diff or not, to be honest. Oh yeah, new case. I'm like, why is it so hard? It's a brand new diff cover. Or a diff cup, rather. Cutting threads. Cutting threads for the first time. It's a virgin differential case. Oh, battery. Nice. Does work indeed. Now we got to put this thing back together with... Oh. Did that stick to the table a little bit? Oopsie. Let's see, which way did that go? That comes in this way. And we got to find a hole. Is that it? Looks good. Let's see. What did I do with the two little screws that I ran into those? Ah, here. I want to go into the ones that are not cracked. This screw is like coated in something. It's like maybe Loctite. I'm not sure. I don't know how to get it off. Oh, I can just thread it off. Just plastic, it looks like, actually. Maybe that's out of the fan itself. Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's hard plastic. No, I guess that failed on the fan itself. I will talk to Mr. Sean. All right. That takes care of that. And let me get brake cleaner. Yeah. Use some brake cleaner to clean the brakes. All right. Still some funk. All right, brake cleaner for the win. And we'll try not to get our greasy hands all over the rotors. Right? These are special screws. I'm going to drive these by hand. Because we're cutting new threads into holes that aren't even supposed to be threaded. Yeah, these holes are in the bottom of the diff cup are really to let oil flow through if you overfill the diff and run the screw through. So they're typically would not have any screw in them. This is a hack. Nice. Yeah, this feels better than the last one. Excellent. Sometimes it's hard to cut threads for the first time. The rotor feels a little loose without this one screw in. It makes me feel like it's not tight enough to start. Maybe it wasn't. Nice. All right, so we need to do this. Let's take the... Before we put the center diff back, let's deal with the clutch. All right. I'm just going to loosen these so I can back the motor off of the mesh a little bit. Won't be a problem for now, but it will be when the motor goes back. All right. You guys can stay in there. Perfect. Perfect. Ooh, that screw was loose. I always tell him to check these things. Like, dude, check your mesh. Check your motor screws. Check, check, check. All the things. So you don't lose a race because your car didn't run. That one's nice and tight. That one was missing a washer. I'll see if I can put another washer on that. Maybe that's what caused the trouble. That's why it came loose. Right. So this bell looks a little chewed. It's got some impressions in the teeth. Plus, that bearing definitely needs to be replaced. This thing might be in bad shape. This could get interesting. There's a big cut across the front of the screw head, like it was stripped out. I'm going to go ahead and guess that it was. It was probably me that did that. It's been a while since I've looked at this car. Let's see what we can do. I don't know how hopeful I am. It's got to come off, though. I think my struggle is going to be that I'm a little banged up. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this off on my own. I wonder if I should throw some heat on it. Because there's definitely Loctite in it. Let me do that. That might help things a little bit. All right, one sec. Enough heat. Yeah, it's hot. No. I'm not sure what the best solution here is. That doesn't work. I don't know if I have a flathead screwdriver to grab it with. Tuning screwdriver. I'm afraid to use that. Yeah, that won't do. I don't want to break it. This might do the trick. Not that head though. Let's see, this one? Mm-mm. That did it. I will not be reusing that screw. Know that. Can I even get a driver in it just to make it a little... Yeah. It's so stripped that I can't use a driver to back it out. It's a shim there. Don't want to lose that. Any shims on that one? Don't appear to be. See, I take these screws out so I don't lose them. Let's see. How are we on gaskets? That needs a new spring. That needs a new spring. I might have stretched it out just now. Okay. Feels good. Clutch shoes look like they've got some life left. The bell does not. And those bearings are... Do I have bearings? Yes. Oh, you know what? I actually have bearings in with my bells. I was nice to myself. These are RC Project clutch bells. They're pretty great. Oh, come on. This is so stupid. There go my bearings. Stay. There you go. Shim. Don't need straight away. Let me find a bolt for that. Maybe in here? Bunch of crap. There's one. I just lost a shim. That's the same as what was in there. I thought that I had titanium one. Ooh. I do. With a hex. I wonder if that would work. Let's see. I like the idea of having a hex on the outside of it. I don't know if it needs a shim or what. Throwing everything on the floor. Yeah, that needs a shim. That's bound up. Maybe just one. How do I get that shim to center up on the nut? Doesn't want to. I have to back it off. Where'd I put my wrench? I just had it. Oh. Or if I run it this way, maybe the shim will fall in place on the nut. Yeah? Oh. That's frustrating. Maybe this is not the right shim for this. Ooh, I know. Somebody told me yesterday, Mr. Mike, I think, he used a dab of oil to hold the shit together. I don't know if a dab of 12 is the way to go, but we'll try it and find out. It's like the shim wants to go over the shoulder, but it won't. There it goes. Now I just have to figure out how to get it to stay while I run it in. That's gonna be a challenge. Okay. Oh, I think it just like fell into place on its own. That would be amazing. It totally did. Only question is now, how many do I need? Well, one is completely bound up, so it's gotta be, there's something, I have too many on the back or something. Let's see. Or, you know what? Let's just try this other screw. I don't have a ton of faith in that one. Yeah, I just needed to use the right nut. However, I'm afraid that nut's a little stripped too. I guess I just send it and see what happens. A little bit of play. Yeah, afraid that might be stripped. If it wasn't, I just stripped it. Well, it'll run in a race. Fix it later. Don't love it, but it is what it is. Right. So that gets us the clutch done. Let's put the motor back in. Oh, there it goes. Just had to find the hole. And one more screw. I'll put a washer on this one since it was missing. A little bit bigger, but I don't care. So should you. Crank motor mounts down nice and tight. If you lose a motor mount in a race, you're going to have a bad time. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen to my boy. This car. Lost his motor mount screws. And he found neutral. Right. I always hate this part. It's always a struggle for me to get the out drives into their cups. Like that. And how do I get you to go into the carrier like that? There we go. Good. And let's put the lid back. Oh, yeah, I guess it would help if the brake wasn't closed. wouldn't it? These screws you'll run all the way in and then back them out about a turn. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why in a moment. Okay, so you run these screws all the way in and back them out a turn, because what happens in these nitro cars is this differential carrier, the diff will get to be about 130, 140, 160 degrees maybe in some cases. That's not really true with this fan on, but as the diff gets hotter, so does the carrier, and oh, I need to back that out. And what happens is, if you have the screws in nice and tight, they will, everything expands and it squeezes everything down, and it'll bind up your drive line, which you don't want. Come on, screw. All right. Okay. 'Nice. Let's set mesh. Then we can do the rest. That'll be the middle of the car done anyway. Let's see, how do we do this? Two point oh. That's not helpful. Well, I'll make this mesh pretty tight. And then come back and give it a loose. Actually, I mean, there's like a tiny bit of bind in there, but it would run in really tight. Barely a click. But there is one. That's all that matters. So from here, I'll just crank those down. I mean, crank them down. It's another one you don't. These come loose during a race. You found neutral. Yeah, that'll work. No problem. Nice. All right. All right. We have to do diffs, shocks, and then we'll be done for the day. Can take a break. In fact, I might take a break right now. I'll be back. All right. Let's see if we can finish this up. All righty. Wonder what those bearings are for. Right. Where were we? So we did. You know, let's do the air filter real quick. We'll knock that out. Oh, it's actually 2.5. Gross old air filter. Put a freshie on. Maybe not so gross. Which one's that? Yeah, that's the right one. These filters they come loaded. You don't need all that oil. Too much. So I'll squeeze them out. Squeeze them out with a towel. Still leaves plenty of oil. Here's my cover. Yeah, see, it's still plenty oily. Still plenty of oil. Need a zip tie. Just get it bound over there. Take that nipple off. Make sure that no dirt goes in there. Last thing you want is dirt in your carb. Wouldn't make sense to have a filter. Come on. There you go. Now, just need to get the zip tie back over the rib. We can cinch it up and cut it off. Like that. And that can go in the bin. Right. These can get connected back up. Let's get some of this nasty stuff off of here. I don't know what that is. Doesn't matter. It's just going in the exhaust. And he cut that line awfully short. Oh well. I'm not sure what he was worried about there. This hose is dirty, dirty. All right. Nice. Okay. Now, let's put this aside, and we can take care of the oils. And it's about time because I am running out of steam. My kid in his dirty, dirty car. I can clean myself up a little bit. Just to get dirty again. It's my patented cleaning solution. Rubbing alcohol and water. 99% rubbing alcohol. And then about half and half water and 99%. Does a pretty good job. Alrighty. Diffs. That'll be rear. This will be front. Get my towel so I don't get all greasy. .2.0 cup. Interesting. I think for tomorrow, I might just leave this stream open and my mic just hanging out and just kind of do that for the day. Tomorrow will be practice for Masters event this weekend. So, probably be people in and out and all that good stuff. Maybe we can get some discussions in with some of the pro guys who might come out. Could be fun. We'll definitely get some discussion in with some of the guys here in the camper. I don't know if I'll stream on the weekend or not. Certainly for tomorrow's practice day, I think that'd be a good thing to do. It could be fun. I don't know about race day. Who would like to see race day streamed, I wonder? Just from the bench. I'm gonna make a post in the community and ask who would like to see the bench stream on race day. It would basically just be, you'd hear the chatter amongst us and anybody who pops in or out. Of course, you'd see whatever goes on my bench, and if there was work that needed to be done or anything of that nature. Yeah, I guess, comment somewhere and I'll try to put a post out and see if people would like that. we live stream the bench throughout the course of a race race day or a race weekend. It could be fun. It wouldn't make for a lot of interaction probably because, you know, I'd have to step away all the time to go race and marshal and stuff. But could be interesting. That ripped right out of my hand. Yeah, I don't know. Live stream race day. I don't know how interesting it would be. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe just do it and see. Huh? What do you think? Go. Who would watch live streamed race day, I wonder? Yeah, I'll have to try it and find out. Maybe I'll talk to my neighbors here and see if they're all right with it. If I can get away with it, I'll do it. Wonder if people would come by just to be on live. Some of these racers and stuff. I don't know. Let's find out. Find out. I'll try it. Yo, low. Front. Let's do rear. Clean her up. Bearings feel good. I mean, I guess we're live streaming setup for the race day. It's not that much of a stretch to be streaming for the race itself. Can't really stream the track. I don't have a method to do that. However, that would be cool. I'm trying to think about a way to do that. If I could stream video from Thornhill live, like basically broadcast the races. I'm trying to figure out a way to do that. If I can figure out a way to do that, I will do that on the channel here, and I'll just broadcast Thornhill races without commentary. Maybe I can loop in the RD mic radio or something like that. Might be possible. Something to think about some more. If you know anybody who knows anything about filming and stuff like that, or, you know, live streaming, broadcasting, how might I live stream the entire racetrack? It's pretty big. You know, it's, I don't know, got to be 130 feet wide by 200 feet, you know, long, something like that. Somebody can go find the dimensions for Thornhill. I don't recall offhand. It's something like that anyway. You know, say 150 by 200 at the outside. I have my camera here that I use for streaming. I would not move that one. I would probably do something else. I have an Insta360 I could use. Of course, you know, iPhones and stuff like that probably could be used. I just don't know what the best way is. Like to do, you know, I like to try things and find out. So I might just start with something and see if it works. But I don't know. The thing is, I can't. It's hard for me to get a computer over there. Devices I can get over there, and a little bit of power I can get over there. Like if I take a power bank or something like that. But it would be a little bit of a challenge to get, you know, like a prep like this kind of setup over there with a camera. Mike says, "Do it." Would you watch the stream if we had a race out of Thornhill? Come on. Oh wait, are you saying do it to the race or live stream my bench during a race? I missed the timing on that comment. He's probably saying both. You're saying do it to all the things. Do it to both. Do it to live streaming the bench and live streaming the track. There. All right. I think that's everything serviced. Oh, no. Shocks. We still need your shocks. What am I doing? It's not everything serviced. We have a lot of work left on these dirty, dirty shocks. They are dirty. What color springs? It's kind of orange everywhere. He's orange everywhere on his nitro car, yellow everywhere on his e-bug. I wonder why he did that. And then he complains about his e-buggy. You have them you set them up differently. Wouldn't it make sense that they feel different? I'll have a chat with him about that one. That'll be a him problem. Or us for some time in the future. but not today and not this weekend. If he wants it done this weekend, he can do it this weekend. I might have to do these shock ends, as like we saw on his other car, he did not have long enough shocks for the the amount of laydown he had in his shock setup. So he was pulling shocks out of rod ends and stuff like that. That's what happens if you don't set your shocks up right. Oh, I don't know why I'm doing these shocks. The oil looks fresh. Maybe I won't. Gonna feel good. Maybe I'll just do these fronts. Call it a day. That's what I'll do. He's probably rebuilt these more recently than I expected. Oh, that's bent. Taco. It's a good job I opened it. See? Let's check the other ones too. That is bent. Bent. I've got a newbie. Got a freshie. Somewhere. Oh, there's my bag of clutch parts. Oh, well. All right. Shock shafts. Which ones do we need? These are they. Are these all day? Yeah. Oh, I don't need all these anyway. I have too many shock shafts. Not that that's a problem. Ever. Can't have too many. These nuts are 5mm, and I had to go and buy a 5mm driver just for these. Pain in the butt. Techno. Let me see if the boy had oil marked on his radio box. He usually does. So I'll know what oil to put back in. He's good about that kind of thing. I'm not. I'm not great about writing stuff down. I always think I could go back and look at a video. Except that I don't even do that. Let's see what oil. $7.50. $7.50. No. There's that front or rear. These are compare body length. Ooh, will we use the same body length on all of these now? No, I'm just a moron. This is the other front. That's a rear. That's a rear. Sheesh. Anyway, what was I looking for the other? Why was I looking for that? I already spaced. Space Cadet. Oh, right. I just wanted to see if this was... Dude, yes, this is the front. What? So dumb. $7.50. $7.50. Do I have any more? Run out. $7.50. Oh, there's a bottle right here that's empty. Oh. Turn that upside down and I'll use that too. Like this kid running thick oil and springs and heavy springs in the front. Heavier springs in the front. Good man. Spin this so nobody uses it. He runs his grub screws in the opposite direction of me. It seems. Bump stop. Ew. That boot is in bad shape. I'll replace it. I've got some fresh ones. I know I have some fresh ones. I don't know where they are, but I have some fresh ones. Somewhere. I think I had them out earlier. What are these? 137 boots? 130, 122. We'll put that fresh boot on there. Is this shock bent? 100% yes. Guess the nice thing about this is he gets the nitrided, the titanium nitrided shaft or tin, whatever it is. It's tin or titanium, I can't remember which. But they're supposed to be a little bit smoother through the shock cartridge. I guess the stock ones, the steel ones, bind a little bit. Or a little bit more, I guess. Oh, 750, we... Making a mess. Got oil everywhere. All right, give those a minute. Let those bake in. Get all this oil off me. That is trash. earlier, I wanted to see if vibrating these things would get the air bubbles out faster. I don't see many to start with, but let's see. Or I could just sit this on there. They'd probably do a better job of vibrating the whole thing than if I hold any. Because my holding things is probably deadening the vibration. I mean, I see bubbles coming up and popping, but I don't know if it's helping it at all. No, this one that we did first looks like it's ready anyway. Be all right. As I say that, I see a bunch of bubbles popping. Yeah, just little teeny tiny ones. Nope. Oh, I need to clear out that screw head. It's all covered dirt. Dirt caked all in there. Let's see, this one ought to be dramatic. Oh, there's dirt all over the head of my driver, too. Jeez. Bushing has seen better days, but I don't have any more, so I can't replace it. But it will need to be replaced very soon. Nice. The freshie on here. And our bump stop. And our eye is back. Spring perk. I'm going to throw him off by running it in my way. He's going to be like, who's messed with my shock? I did, on stream. You can go back and watch. Nice. Just need to drop of oil in the lid. It must have fell out. Clear out that screw head. Put our bump stop. Bump stops. I don't know why I never thought about that before today. Thanks, Mr. Travis. TIN is titanium nitride. That's what I thought. That's what I said the first time, right? Titanium nitride. And I said tin. Like an idiot. Bump stops. All right, feels good. Let's put this car back together. Wrap this up for the day. I need it. I'm wiped out. It's been a long day. We need diffs and shocks for one truck and two buggies. One buggy with a mono brake. Oh, I guess I gotta clip his air filter back in too, eh? Excuse me. I'm not sure where that air filter holder came from. It's definitely not off a Techno. I'm not sure what kind of car it comes from, but it's not a Techno. Mostly he just got it this way so it would not interfere with his body. All right, let's start in the back. I gotta find my grease to know which way to put the diff in. Right. That's the right way. Let's see. Cute little sway bar on the front. Why am I putting... Oh, yeah. I do need to do this now. Yeah, I'm fried, see? I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Space Cadet. Oh, it's stripped. A little. Can use my standard fix. If I can find my CA glue. Where did I put it? Here it is. Man, stuff tightens that screw hole up real fast. I guess with the pressure it cures fast. I don't know, but it works. That I know. All right. Nice. Sway bar. Ooh, I got him pinched under the drive shaft. All right. Shocks. Need some long shocks for the back. Stay there. Five. 5.5. Just snug. Don't go nuts. There it goes. Well, we didn't need to add anything for the rear shocks, so that's good. Find out in a second if we have to do anything with the front. Let's see, we said that rolls that way, so that rolls that way. Radar links, stay out of my way. Go. There you go. Thank you. Good. Diff cover. Put the sway bar links back. And put the shocks back. Our day is done. Provided these shocks are long enough. And they are. Very nice. Oh, why am I silly? All right. What to do with the other shock? There it is. The one that needs a new bush. It definitely needs a new bush. I definitely don't have any. The shop is definitely not open. Tomorrow, different story. I'll get some stuff tomorrow. Need a bunch of diff outdrive cups. Shock bushings. What else? I need to do some shopping. Who's gonna help? Mike, are you still out there? If you are you coming out to Thornhill this weekend? Yes or no? There's my towel. I can clean myself up. Clean this space up. Throw out this old clutch bell. Make sure nobody uses that. Some other trash. Oils. They're both empty. I need some new 750. Dirty today. I ain't cleaned once already. I already got that dirty again. That's how dirty the kid's car was, huh? Alrighty. Oh, I guess I can throw this oil can out too, huh? Grease up there. Nice. All right, y'all. I'm going to wrap this up. Head home. Have a good one. Go check out some other stuff on the channel. Like and subscribe.